Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it is time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggies, blankets, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. And look, you guys, I made it. I'm on time. I'm like 2 minutes late, but I am up. I am up. I wanted to stay in my bed again this morning, but nope, I got up early and I straightened my hair. And as you guys could see, I have a different background. I think my green screen might like this one more than my other one and won't eat my hair. That's what I'm hoping for. And the lights, I have set to purple too, so that should help. I do not have purple hair. I have red hair, but whatever. As long as it's not eating my face, that's great. That's a win. Good morning, 80s music band. Oh my gosh, you're all over Shed this morning. Morning to you. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning, coffee to everybody. I hope your coffee's tasting delicious because mine is. Good morning, Amy for Justice. Good morning, babes. Hope you're doing well. Hippie girl, good morning to you. Half day, yes, but it's the second half televised. I don't know if they're going to be having court this afternoon or if it's just like over with at lunch. I don't know. I didn't even know today was supposed to be a half day. It was supposed to be tomorrow. I don't even know what's going on with this court schedule right now. That's one of the things I guess I'll have to get used to is court just is in its own time zone. So we'll see. We'll play it by ear, I guess. We just won't know until we know. I imagine that they probably have stuff to argue, but it seems like Bev doesn't want to give them any time to argue or go over anything. So let's not hold our breath for this afternoon, is what I've learned. Good morning, Wendy Swain. Good morning. You slept 9.5 hours. Good for you, girl. Love that for you. I need to do that this weekend. You didn't want to get out of bed this early. No, it's just that perfect time of year where it's just cool enough and just warm enough. And it's perfect and amazing. Oh, there's Zoe just laying on all sorts of stuff. Okay, girl. Okay. Good morning, P. Lola's mom. Good morning. And if you guys haven't yet, like the video so people know where we are and that they like us. DNA was left and you took it. Oh, you took a picture of it as proof. Okay. Let's see here. Good morning, Cindy. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. There's Dope Meditations. Good morning to you. Sorry, my voice is sounding a little raspy today. So by the way, I misspoke yesterday. For our members only, it is not tonight. It's starting next Wednesday, which is good for me. But so next Wednesday, 7 p.m. for the next several Wednesdays, we will be doing our members only, just not this week. But that's okay. Oh gosh, you guys. So today we don't know who the first witness is. Yesterday it was rumored to be Lucky, the Plow driver. And what is her name? That name I can't pronounce. Hold on, let me look it up. I'll try my best. Karina Kalakfis. I don't know. We're just going to call her Karina T. K. Karina with a K. Karina K. Both double Ks, I guess. So that person's supposed to come onto the stand. Oh, look at Angie posting a whole bunch of pictures in trial chat. Michael Proctor at the car. That's interesting. It is interesting. Oh. Anyway, I'll get to that later. That's right. If you haven't yet, claim your seat on the couch. Do ! Couch. And the cute little night bot will be like, oh, you're welcome. Welcome. Make room on the couch for everybody. Hippie girl says, Llama not here, so Oregon is hot for the next week, 99 to 100 degrees. Thankful for my river. Oh my goodness. That seems a little warm out there for you guys this time of year in Oregon, as far as I know about weather. But I mean, it was in the 80s yesterday and today, but apparently we got some storms coming. And also, if any of our friends are out in the Midwest from Texas to Illinois, I know you guys got really bad weather, and I hope all of you are safe and okay, because I was watching a little bit of Ryan Hall last night. And so I hope everyone that lives in those areas are okay, because oh my gosh, the Midwest has been wrecked from tornadoes this year. It's very, very sad. Oh my goodness. Okay. Billo's mom says, may I just say that Karen is looking so tired, stressed, and it could be affecting her MS and Crohn's. I'm sending prayers for her mental health. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm stressed and I'm not even the one on trial. I can't imagine doing this not once, but twice. And she does have serious health conditions. You can't, MS is no joke from what I've been told. And she's definitely pulling through, but I'm sure she is just exhausted every day and just really stressed out for sure. Oh, Oregon gets as hot as Arizona. That's interesting. I love learning new things. So thank you, hippie girl, for teaching me that. I did not know that. I also learned that there was a desert in Washington because one of my friends lived there. And I was like, what are you talking about? Okay. Or it's like a desert. I don't know. Yep, that's right. If you haven't yet, like the video, let everybody know that we're here. Oh, I forgot to put your guys' comments on the screen there. Let's see. Let me pull up that too, so we're ready for that. Cabbage. What? Okay, sorry, I was reading something else. Yeah, so today's only going to be a half day, at least for the jury. Will it be a half day for us? I don't know. I will be gone from noon to 1 my time because I have an appointment every Wednesday at that time that I cannot reschedule. So I do know that the lovely Amos is on vacation and she'll be joining us, and Terry True Crime will be as well. So I may or may not see you before the day ends. But no matter what, we'll be here tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. That's if there's no court in the afternoon. If there is, then we'll be back, of course. But I just wanted to let you guys know where I will be. Good morning, Sherry, over on Facebook. Hi, Facebook people. Hi. Thank you for watching us over there. Hope you're all doing well in the Facebook world. Oh, Wendy says, first, I'm going to make a pot of coffee. Then I'm going to bring my phone and speaker and plug them in outside and get going. I'm not about to miss my half day of the trial. Look at you being super productive today, Wendy. I love that for you. Yes, half day. Half. Oh, I love that. Oh, good. Good for you guys. Angie says several new motions were filed yesterday. You can find them in our Discord Karen Read case file. Oh, well, fantastic. Thank you, Angie, for doing that. It sounds like they never want to talk about motions or anything. Maybe that's what they'll do a half day for today. I don't know. Anytime I think we're going to have a show, we just might as well not even hope for it because Bev just says, no, don't wanna do it. If you guys haven't, please join our Discord server, the Courtyard. You can find the link right here in our chat. It's where everybody hangs out when we're not live. We also have, as Angie says, tons of court documents on different cases. We talk about trials. We just have fun. It's a good place. Oh, and Saturday, we are going to be in Discord watching the newest Sherry Papini documentary. Oh, can't wait. Can't wait for all the snark we're going to have over there watching that. So if you want to watch the Sherry Papini documentary with us, join our Discord. And if it's okay if you don't know how Discord works, just say, hey, I'm new. I need some help. and everyone will be more than happy to help you. And don't worry, we got you. Oh, good morning, Bestie Buffy. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. She says the Commonwealth is pressed. Oh, yeah, yesterday Britain was something else. I'm so curious to think what the jurors are thinking about him, because he was something else with Dr. Russell on the stand, like the most qualified of all the experts that's been in this trial. He's kind of rude about it. Then we had Sergeant Barrows from Dighton police officer, who was there when they moved Karen's car and put the car on the tow truck, where he said that he saw that the taillight was cracked, not bashed out. And that was pretty interesting testimony, because in the first trial, he testified for the state. And then in this trial, the defense is like, yo, we're going to have you testify for us this time. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Well, I can't wait for the Sherry Papini Bandana with everyone, too. Oh, my gosh. Pilola's mom says, what does your channel do during deliberation time? That's a good question, Pilola's mom. That is a very good question, because this is going to be our first jury deliberation of the show. And I know the last trial, the jury spent a week delivering, because they could not decide, and Bev made them keep going back there, I guess. So what we might do is pick up another trial to watch in the meantime. One thing I definitely want to do before closing arguments is rewatch opening statements from this trial. So we'll definitely put those in there. Maybe we won't get to it till it's jury selection, but we do have that. We have some, other interviews we can watch, or we'll go ahead and start the next trial. We've been looking at what's coming next, but court is court, and it's hard to plan when things are going to start and end. So either way, I'll be here to entertain you guys. What we're going to do, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Buffy says, yeah, I just worry that the jury picked up on him misremembering viewing a video or seeing a picture at the last trial that he didn't really see. That's a really good point. That is a good point. I don't know if that would really backfire for me. And the only reason I say that is because he was very upfront about how this stuff is plastered all over the place. I mean, we have to know the jurors are seeing this. This is like the second or third person that's gone on the stand and be like, it's all over. What do you mean? It's all over social media. It's everywhere. So maybe that might, for a few, I think that might be okay. But I do understand your concern with maybe some other people. For sure. Good points, Buffy. Good points. Good morning, Polly. Good morning. Channeling Angie's bird this morning. Good morning, my pretties. Yes, Angie has a bird that quotes Wizard of Oz, and it's awesome. Hippie Girl says, that video showed a whole lot of red. Yeah, that was interesting. The tow truck. Are we talking about the tow truck one? Because, yeah, they blew it up, made it bigger, which I had been wanting to see as well. It's like, I can't see crap. Oh, I got you, girl. Don't worry. I speak Buffy. I speak Buffy. People's mom says, I thought he testified for the defense last time he was called by Commonwealth for grand jury. Oh, maybe I misspoke. That could be. Again, I didn't watch the first trial. I'm just going on what has been said here and there, but I thought he testified in the first trial, but could be wrong. Okay, he was only on the stand for 12 minutes during the last trial. Okay, so blink and you miss it. I mean, he seems kind of credible to me, but I guess the bar is pretty low that if you just act normal, like normal people do on the stage, and like how everybody else has been acting on the stage or on the stand. Get it together, Llama. Oh my gosh. I need to drink more coffee and quicker. Angie says, wish they would have asked Deborah when her next shift was, because she could have seen Berkey and Higgins a different day. February 4th is the day Berkey found a taillight piece. I agree with you there. I wish they would have been like, okay, so did you come back later that night? You know, like it's such a weird thing for her to say, oh, I thought I saw it on the cameras. And that was a long time, but it's just a false memory, you guys. It's fine. Buffy says, see, my husband said the same thing about the taillight, but if you look at people doing demos of the Lexus taillight, they have red LEDs. That's what I was wondering. I didn't want to ask, so I was like, oh my God, this is probably like a stupid question. But are the bulbs in a taillight colored as well, or are they just white? I don't know. I've never looked at a taillight to know, but I was wondering about that. Lady in Gray says the thing about social media here is there has not been a year-long sequestration order for the witnesses. So what does it matter if they saw something 6 months ago? Fair point. Very fair point. Because they did ask him about that, but like that's fair. Because some people in the jury have to say that they know about it a little. And just because you know about it does not make you not qualified to be on the jury, especially with a case like this where it is so high profile. They basically just ask you, well, could you put, they'll be like, have you formed an opinion? And if you say no, they'll be like, okay. Or even if you say yes, kind of, they'll be like, can you keep an open mind and not make your decision until you see all the evidence? And they'll be like, yeah. And then you like make the jury. So. Billow's mom says, oh, I didn't know you didn't watch trial 1. You're here for 2. What's your thought on guilt? Yeah, no. So I did not watch the first trial. All my friends did. And I did not. And then they were like, oh my God, Llama, you have got to watch the second trial. Like, you are going to lose your mind. And I was like, okay, fine, let's do it. And then here we are. What's my thought on guilt? For me, and I've said this for a while now, I would vote not guilty. I can tell you that much. I don't know if she did it or didn't do it. I don't think the evidence was collected appropriately at all. So I've had to throw away a lot of testimony on evidence because it just doesn't meet what I know the standard should be watching trials. I've been watching these for years as well. I don't really know. Did she do it? Did she not do it? To me, it doesn't really matter at this point because the investigation was shit. You have a bunch of people that are being super dodgy and untrustworthy, and it really does make you feel like something is going on here. Whether somebody else killed him and they're covering that up, or people are covering up their ineptness, I don't know. But I have never seen anything like this in however many years I've been watching trial. This is insane all the way around. All the way around. Let's see. Oh, the lights in the Lexus are red. Ooh, was wondering about that. That is interesting. Good morning, Sankoda. Good morning. Bad day for Commonwealth yesterday. The officer did testify in the first trial. Yeah, to me, I don't think that Commonwealth had a good day yesterday. But Buffy says some cars have white bulbs with the red plastic covering to make it look red. Yeah, that's what I've been used to seeing. But with new cars, I don't know. I don't know how that works. Right. Lady in Gray says, I don't believe anyone in that area doesn't know about this case, including the jury. Agreed. Amy says there's too much reasonable doubt, in my opinion. Same, girl. Same. Like, I can't even believe they brought this to trial in the first place. It's crazy. And then a second time? with even bringing even less witnesses on the stand. And see, that's reasonable doubt aside, I can't help but be suspicious that they haven't called the people in the house. They haven't called their lead investigator. That is not normal. When a state can't rely on that kind of testimony, that is telling you there is some giant red flags going on here. I've never seen anything like it. And, it's my opinion that Brennan was called in here as a special prosecutor to defend law enforcement and defend the McAlberts, because he's doing a shit job for a prosecutor, to be quite honest. It's so fascinating. I don't believe that no matter what happens, and justice for John O'Keefe, I don't believe is ever going to happen. Even if she's found guilty, I still don't think that's justice for him. But that's just my opinion, and we do welcome all opinions here. If you don't agree with me, that's okay. We can have a civilized conversation about it. As long as we're not rude to one another, I don't mind having difference of opinions around. So just let me know. Too much doubt, even the Commonwealth changing things with their witnesses. It's so weird. It's so weird. So weird. Hello, Cherie. Good morning. I don't think I've seen you around before. Good morning. Cherie says, I thought the Commonwealth did well, but still something shady, and this is my first time watching the trial. Okay, so the Commonwealth is doing well for you. That's interesting. What in particular do you find for them, since this is your first time with this trial as well as mine? Was there something about prosecution that they've done that have made you think that they've been doing well? Just curious. If you don't want to share, that's okay. That's okay. I just like to wonder, we all have different perspectives. The people on this jury are going to have different perspectives. It could be based on, personal experience and things they've dealt with before. And so just curious, feel free to share away if you'd like. Right. Piccolo's mom, it's like the people in the home weren't there. Don't look here, nothing to see. It's so weird. It's so weird. And it's a problem when you can't get them on the house without them looking super suspicious as well. And I'm not saying that I don't think that, the defense has made some people very suspicious, but it's their own attitude and the way they go about things. They're so dodgy. And I don't understand. It's so weird. Maybe Brennan got a lateral raise. The timeline, I can't even tell you what the timeline is. I have no idea. I have no freaking idea what the timeline is, because it has been all over the place, changing. And I know that we're in a very specific window of time, but different witnesses have said different things, and they keep moving the goalposts. And I don't feel like I have a hard time following these kinds of things. And for this, I'm having a very difficult time. And it didn't help that Brennan called witnesses just completely out of order, which I think might be on purpose. I think it might be on purpose. You talk too much. No, you don't. You're fine. I talk too much. That's why I'm here. Good morning, Kathy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing great today. This case is crazy and so shady. We were talking yesterday about, for some of you, I know this is your first trial you've ever really watched, which welcome to the nerdy trial watching crew. I tried to explain to Elbow Feet's stepdad. He asked me what I was doing a couple weeks ago about all this, and I was like, yeah, I cover trials. And he's like, what do you mean? How do you get footage from court? I was like, what are you talking about? They've been streaming trials for ever. And he's like, okay, but what do you do? And I was like, okay, all right, sir, put it this way, because he loves sports. And I'm like, basically, I'm a sports commentator for trials. And I was like, I know it sounds weird, but there are a lot of people who watch this. And he was just like, okay, I guess that makes sense. But anyway, for those of you that this is your first trial, I am curious to watch another trial with you guys. and see what you guys think when you compare the two. You're probably going to find it a little boring, but this case, I've never seen anything like it. Everything about it is so strange and so weird and not normal. And she says Brennan alleging the ground and bushes making the marks on John's arm versus taillight was bizarre after all this time. I forgot about that, Angie. I thought it was when he was questioning Dr. Russell, he was like putting other reasonable doubt out there. It was so weird. It was so weird. Instead of sticking with his thing, he brought other things in. And I was like, what are you doing? Baby Girl says, I think things happen just like Microdot shows, or at least very close to it. They do good work. Here's the thing, right? Is everybody also was drunk as shit that night. Like everybody that was involved. So that makes it even more hard to even believe any eyewitness testimony, or that it was an accident, or that John could have just fell and slipped as Dr. Wolf with no E. I'm pretty sure he's no E. The neurosurgeon said, if you're drunk and you slip and hit the back of your head, that can easily happen. You don't need to be hit by a car for that to happen, which I thought was interesting testimony from the Commonwealth witness. Most are not this spicy all around. I mean, this lawyering. Oh, yesterday when Alessi got up and was like, I want a mistrial with prejudice. You do not see moments like that in other trials. It was fantastic and magical. Yeah, your friends and family don't get it either. We just feel like, yeah, it's like sports. Good morning, RTC. I hope you're doing well today. Hope our Canadian friends, I know we got RTC and a few other ones. Apparently there are wildfires going on right now. Even here in Ohio, they were talking about how we're supposed to be getting all the smoke from them over the next couple days. So I hope you all are safe and staying indoors and not breathing in all of that. Sakota says, in first trial, when Brian, Albert, and Higgins' phones were tossed in such suspicious ways, that's when I believe something was fishy going on. Yes, we watched the first trial testimony, pardon me. We watched the first trial testimony of Brian, Albert, and Brian Higgins, and why are they so suspicious? Why? Who does that? Who destroys their phone, throws it away in the air? Like, it's so weird. So weird. They've done no favors for themselves at all. Wendy says, my first trial was Amber Heard, then Alec Murdaugh, then Lori Daybell, and this one. Yeah, the Death Be Heard was wild as well. That was very interesting. They don't usually stream civil cases. I can only think of like 3 that I've seen in my years watching. It's not very often we get a civil case. And I suggest watch, because the only ones I know of is Johnny Depp, Maya, the girl in Florida against the hospital, and Gwyneth Paltrow's skiing one, which was also weird and interesting. Civil trials are very interesting to watch because they work very differently than criminal trials, right? You only need to hold someone like 51% accountable or something like that. It's much different and very interesting. Let's see. Lady in Gray says, Brennan spent less time on the taillight pieces than everything else that might have happened. Right? It was weird. But, okay. Hippie Girl says they cleaned everything, got rid of the house, the dog, workout equipment. I heard they redid their basement. Very bizarre behaviors. It's so weird. He has said some things where I'm just like, sir, do you know who you're working for? What did he do the other day? Who was it? Oh, it was the first guy that was on, D Sogra. And he was like, well, yeah, but if your information's bad, your numbers are gonna be bad. And it was like, sir, he literally got his information from your Aperture guys. Like, are you saying that their all their data's wrong? It was very bizarre. I was like, okay. um, Question: the Norfolk sheriff Bob McCabe that received 12 years related to Jen. Really? I don't know anything about that. We will see if anybody in chat does, because that's very interesting. Leanne Gray says Alessi was jarring. It was magnificent. It really was. It really was. Wendy says it's an interesting point because the lady testified that in Aruba, he was really drunk and had to be guided back to his room. He could have stumbled by himself, but I don't think that's what happened. Also, I know that there's this Aruba story. They didn't bring it in this time. And they're trying to say, oh, Karen is jaded and upset and jealous and crazy. And John was going to leave her, blah, blah, blah. And why didn't they bring up Aruba? That's what I've heard. I don't know the Aruba testimony, but I know that she caught John with another girl, maybe. I don't know, but she apparently acted crazy. Where they haven't brought that up, I don't know. Lady Grace says civil trials are interesting to me because they have a time limit on actual testimony. That was odd to me at first. That's true. That's true. Each side gets the same amount of time. Like, period. You don't get to go over. It's so weird. It's so weird. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Goes from a win to a cell phone faster than anyone I've ever seen. That's true. Oh, Pila's mom, the bionic hair. These are men wearing toupees who want the glue bionic hair on the bumper used. And that's okay. Let's talk about the evidence they have brought. That hair, same picture, facing looks completely different in both of those pictures, which is weird. Doesn't make any sense. Then you have that same lady that was like, oh, we found this piece of glass just laying on the bumper that traveled during a blizzard for however many miles. And she was like, yeah, there's all these pieces. Look, see, there's two little things. And it was a reflection in the car. Like, there's shady stuff going on around everywhere. And again, I don't know if they're covering up for somebody else or they're just covering up because of how inept everybody is in this. It's crazy that nobody knows how to do their job here. And they're apparently getting paid a buttload of money. Oh, I should probably bring up the stream. Get together. It's just the ceiling fan for right now because it's 9:06 and we can never be on set. Whatever. Oh, look, it's Annie. Hey, babe. Good morning. Good morning. Missed you. Hope you're doing well. That's our lovely Annie, who just had our first couch court teeter tot. And he's adorable and so cute. I love all the pictures. Oh, excuse me. Looking cute. Thanks, babe. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. I am ready for today. Let's see who is going to be up. Excuse me. Brennan also needs to chill a little bit. He just seems very aggressive. Like, he does not have the same riz, as the cool young kids say now, that Jackson and Alessi have. He's coming off kind of a bully and, like I said, aggressive when he didn't really come off that way for the whole rest of the trial. He didn't seem passionate at all. And now all of a sudden he is. And I can see that being like, oh, bro, what is your deal? Because I just feel like he's not being as respectful as Jackson and Alessi and Yannetti when they went up to cross his witnesses even when, especially Alessi, even when he knew he was going to destroy Burgess's career, he was still polite about it. I feel like Brennan could deal with some of the manners, I think, but maybe that's his tactic. I don't know. RTC says the Donna Adelson murder was delayed. The murder trial was delayed. That is not surprising to me. I know that was one of the upcoming ones. Oh, the Adelson stuff is a mess. Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure about a date yet. Okay. Yeah, we'll pull up the ceiling fan. Oh, I wonder what this does. Oh, it's just me. Oh, look at that. I'm like a square, but we can see my shadow monster. Sorry, Amos made new things for us. I'll just wait to do that. They're not up yet. I won't tease you guys. But there is a fan. Puppy said, did you notice that Brennan was much nicer to the cop witness yesterday than any other witness? That is very true. That is very true. And I wonder why that is. Is it because like he could only ask him so many things because his cop witnesses look like crap? I don't understand why that was. I thought it was very interesting. Very, very interesting. But the difference, I mean, okay, sure, the guy misremembered seeing a video or a photo, but you compare him to Devers, Canton PD, now Boston PD, but was Canton PD, who testified just the day before. And it's like night and day between them. So I wonder what the jury thinks about it. I'm so nosy. I just want to know everything that's going on with them. Oh, goodness. He did seem to tone it down for the most part. I mean, we were getting reports from people inside of the courtroom, journalists. They're allowed to report, they have their spots, saying that when Brennan was crossing Dr. Russell, the jury did not look happy about it at all. And at a certain point, they just stopped writing notes. And I was there too. Yesterday was so exhausting because of how much he annoyed me and just kept going on and on, asking the same question over and over and over again. It was a long day. Good afternoon, Haley. Oh, there's the train. You guys hear the train? Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. That is also why I was a few minutes late today, because a train came by. I was like, well, I guess I gotta wait for this. Cindy said, I missed what he misremembered yesterday. I think it was saying that he saw something, showed something in the first trial that he was not, something like that. Pilola's mom. By the way, Pilola, I love when you put the little red question mark there. Love that when you have a question. That's very helpful. I mean, our chat isn't the busiest, but it does help. I love that. It doesn't mean everyone else has to do it, but if you do, I like it. Pilola's mom says, do you think defense attorneys for Devers arrested will use her own words on false memory? Oh, do you think defense attorneys for suspect Devers as arrested will use her own words on false memories when she testifies against hers? I think so. I would. I would in a heartbeat. I would in a heartbeat. Every single time. Her name has to be on something. Like, I don't know if defense attorneys keep a list, but if I was in that area, I would write her name down everywhere because it is not good for her future testifying in court. Oh, that's the wrong one.
All right, so the jurors are here ready to go, but I know I
Yeah.
told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
Of course. Of course, we are 12 minutes late and doing a sidebar. Everybody in chat, thanks, Bev. Where's Bobby B at? I miss him. Where is he? Oh, let's see. Haley says, Diva Dever should be fired due to her poor demeanor in the court of law. It was not good. It was not great. Her testimony made her look like a liar who lies. Now talk about somebody trying to cover up again. Seems suspicious. Seems very suspicious of that. I can't get past Devers. RCC says, who's up for today's witness? Well, probably Lucky, the plow driver. A woman named Karina, whose last name I cannot pronounce. It starts with a K. We'll try it again. Once I hear it being said a few times, I'll get it. She apparently was at the bar where John and Karen were, confused of whether or not she knows them. I'm sure chat can help out there. I know those two because they called Barrows yesterday. The plow guy, not the tow truck guy. The guy who plowed the... there's Buffy with the assist. Kolakithis. Okay, I wasn't close at all. All right. Right, Buffy says, for being so bitchy about the jury time, she's not very efficient. Agreed. Brennan is going to be rough on Lucky, I fear. I mean, maybe. I don't know. We have not watched Lucky's previous testimony. I know a little about it. Why is my screen over here being like, I don't want to update crap right now, Windows. I'm busy. Jeez, rude. They know I'm busy. So, Palola's mom says she's so young in her career, sad for her that she wouldn't tell the truth, then transfer to a different department or work for the feds. Yeah, I don't think, right now she's apparently making six figures as a cop in Boston. So I guess I don't know if it's going to hurt her or her career. I will say I can guarantee that defense attorneys will bring this up if they have, their defendant, their client was arrested by her. So, and again, it's okay to have where your memory is a little fuzzy, even for law enforcement. I'm okay with that. The thing is that she was being dodgy about it. She was throwing shade at the attorneys. I think she was straight up lying about it. And she has that weird meeting with the commissioner, which nobody else seems to have. It's very, very weird. Hello, sunny days. Hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. Good morning. Puppy says, I think that Lucky has some cognitive deficiencies. Oh, so Brennan better be nice to him. Oh. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll see. Haley says, any high profiles Brennan has defended in the past? Yes. He, as Buffy said, next, Haley, and he's a defense attorney for the mob. So Whitey Bulger is a mob guy, and that is who Brennan defended recently, I feel. I don't remember exactly when Bulger's trial was, but it had to have been the last few years, maybe even last year. I don't know. So that is one big name. I'm sure there are others. Just that one, I think, is the most recent. Oh, Lola's mom says, oh yeah, I remember with Lucky last trial, he had a fan club. Oh, I love that. Okay. Good morning, Ed. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. And you're from Boston. Yeah, we do have a lot of locals in our chat, which I love, because I'm curious how things, just being so close to what's going on here. I'm sure it's bleeding over in other parts of, the area. I'd be asking so many questions. Oh, yeah. Bulger definitely went to jail. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, it was not, it's not great. Not great for him. Oh, they did that in, Sons of Anarchy, I think it was. They got that guy's tongue out in prison. That's a good show, by the way. I loved it. Love that. Okay. Haley calling everybody out. Says she sees 37 people watching, but only 16 who have hit the like button. Hit the like button. Be like Haley. We love Haley, our friend across the pond. Yeah, they are still lying, sunny days. Some of them still are. It is. It is something. Oh, you're in Jersey. Okay, a tourist town. I work in a restaurant, and Memorial Day weekend, women came in with free Karen Reed shirts. Ooh, I love that. I love that. Um, I've never been to Jersey. I've never really been to the East Coast now I think about it. Only to DC, which I loved. I don't really travel that much. But I'm assuming you're like by the ocean if it's touristy. Oh boy. Oh, of course, babe, you're welcome. You wanted to ask a million questions. You should have struck up a conversation. I'm sure they would have loved to talk about it. Ooh, just 2 blocks away from the ocean. That's lovely. That's lovely. I mean, well, I guess we're not technically landlocked. We do have the Great Lakes, but it is such a long trial, sunny days. It is. I imagine the legal teams are exhausted. I know I'm exhausted. I can't imagine having to use that kind of brain power that it takes for them every day. Because, when they leave court, they're still probably working nonstop. So that's a lot. Buffy, I should have bought a free Karen Reed shirt to see how many people are closet watchers here, right? You see someone in the wild and you're like, besties. I'll buy one for her next trial. Yeah, I think this is going to end in a mistrial. I very much think that. I would be surprised if it was
All right,
guilty
we'll
or not
bring the
guilty.
jurors in. We'll take a few minutes. Tony, do you want me to step out? Okay. Do you need to come in?
All right.
Ugh. I'm already annoyed with her this morning. I have reached my patience level with Bev. I know everyone else was there well before I was. My friend put my banner up. Let you guys know it's day 27. Day 27. Can you believe that? I feel like we've been here forever. Fun fact. Oh, here comes Dope with a fun fact that I love fun facts. I'm a few in the East Coast who knows euchre. If you know that what that is, it's a Midwest thing. Yes, sir. Do people on the East Coast not know how to play euchre? Like, really? Interesting. I am not great at euchre. Elbafy is very good at it. He used to play in tournaments with his grandma. My grandparents played euchre a lot, but I didn't learn till later. And I mean, I'm all right. I got to be reminded of the rules, but I enjoy euchre. It is very much a Midwest thing. I mean, are you even a Midwestern if you don't know how to play euchre? Probably not. Oh, imagine doing 2 trials with her. Oh, gosh, no. No, I do think that there's a good chance if they do end up taking her to court again, because we know Bev isn't going to dismiss the charges with prejudice, because why would she? I think we could see this happen in a different venue, even, and probably a venue without cameras. And that's what I would be worried about. Is will it get moved to a different venue, meaning a different part of Massachusetts, which is that happens all the time. But will it be televised? Because I would be like, no. I demand the cameras to be rolling at all times. What? You guys in the South don't play euchre either? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Bye, sunny days. I hope you have a great rest of the week and good luck trying to find your money. Good luck with that. Yoga is very big in the Midwest. I don't know how to play cribbage. We played a lot of euchre, and hand and foot was one which I think is also called, it's similar or exactly the same as canasta. I don't know. I haven't played that since I was younger too. Everybody played cards here. And that's why you think AJ is not going to do it? Yeah. Oh, Lori Daybell is due back in court this morning in Arizona. I wonder if she's over her illness. I mean, if she could just like pause this trial until we're in jury selection for Karen Reed, I would really appreciate it. Because I do want to watch Lori Vallow represent herself again in the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. I think that's right. Do we even live in the same country? I mean, that's the thing I think a lot of, people may not realize about America, or even ourselves not realize, is just how different everything is when you just go a different direction in the country, like vastly different. Pilo's mom says, remember the Adam Montgomery trial? Yes, I do. I did watch that, and it messed me up for a couple months because it's a kid one, and it was F that guy. We had his drug counselor here at the restaurant for an entire weekend. We had tons of conversation regarding the daughter's death. Oh, wow. Garbage man. And his wife or girlfriend. Oh, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. I hate those people.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir. That's fantastic. Good job.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
9:25, Bev.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Brian Llama.
Okay.
All right. That is Lucky, I believe, and it's going to be Yannetti. It just said that. Okay, how do I say Brian? Friend, aka Lucky, now driver.
Step up, take the park, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Okay. Okay, have him coming in here looking dapper.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
all my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School,
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have 2 brothers, 1 sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the
Oh.
second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris,
How close in age are Chris and you?
very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes,
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes,
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes, and interactions with the DPW, doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in. I'd be, friendly. I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Albert residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the highway division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes,
For which town?
town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that? Around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So
We
you're
would-
doing work and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often? And was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And That was 234 Fairview Road.
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.?
A.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Mickey.
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Franken truck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes. And once that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Teresia. Good morning. Happy lurking. Do your best. Do your best. Hopefully today won't be too
It's 211A.
rage invoking.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter.
Ms. Giannetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what
Oh.
they are?
Great idea. Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30, Franken truck. And it's depicting the two mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders.
And
then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have them point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on. Now, do you recall whether or not, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it?
It's just a map.
Okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allow my eyes to see better.
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route: Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
certainly, it's a portion of your route, correct?
yes.
All right. Now you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there.
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes.
And what road is that?
That would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview?
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back?
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Fairly, very, very familiar.
Having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when, or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure. There's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And
Interesting.
you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes,
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, this second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
By the way, it's like an inch of
Approaching
snow
the intersection
on the
of
ground at
Cedar
this
Crest
time.
and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you? Again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side roughly in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
You see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole. So in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir,
No,
did
I
you
don't do
follow
that.
protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again, I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another 3-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
It was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM
a.m.
on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I
you?
did.
How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police, with regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do you do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No,
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
he approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes,
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
yes,
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
no,
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
yes,
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
yes.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Were those other officers the FBI? I'm assuming it's
The
FBI.
exhibit,
All right, Brennan. Let's not be a dick today, okay? Be cool.
all right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Dave. Just in time to see what Brennan's gonna be like at this guy.
Good morning,
I like
sir.
him.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes,
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath.
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you.
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you? Any time from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence to you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass.
He got gifted a YouTube membership,
Yes.
And so
which is random.
during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer it.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any
Oh.
attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in
off,
a certain
Brennan.
way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
That wasn't even
So,
genuine.
You received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged
Dad.
to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one side
Yes.
or the other?
yes,
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
Would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
Me too, Shanka. Me too.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the date. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, Was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributing your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it differently.
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
Were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
He can answer that if he can. Can you answer that, Mr. Lockwood?
Being
I can't.
targeted.
I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
Good answer.
This
Lucky.
was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. One up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
I don't
Cedar
remember.
Crest.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
So I directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir. Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
Talk about
When
a
you spoke to
threat.
them,
Probably
did
saying
you
that
take
as a
that
threat.
interview
So.
very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them,
Yes.
provide them your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told him that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was
See the report, Brennan.
emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m. That is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There
Usually
are no
it is at
street
night.
lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were. It was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I answered it in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes,
And when you testified at the proceeding, did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did,
And today you had said about 6:15.
yes.
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes,
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
no.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be, I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Your snow plow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked, I saw, I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No, I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You wanted to go through your route.
Correct.
And then did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy Your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No,
Okay.
You already asked that question, Brennan.
May I approach?
Yes.
As everyone told me the other day, it's never too early for curse words.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
yes.
She
I can't
worked at
read
the school.
things up close.
She worked at the school.
This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No,
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes,
Okay. When you asked about, you recall, it was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them. I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for
Did we already
somebody
know?
who was lying on the side of a yard?
No,
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
no,
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet?
roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please?
Good question. Right, the FBI bomb's already been dropped. Thanks to, as Joe says, the lovely Ms. Dever. It's already out of that bag.
Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do?
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does
Okay.
not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please. And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please.
I wonder if Brennan's arms hurt from stretching. Exactly.
Do you recognize that, Plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please.
I mean, this is crazy.
Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Through
if
the
you're gonna do a
trees.
pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours. Could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer.
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
God, Frank.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No,
Have you had any further focus or problems?
no.
I have no further questions.
Good.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mhm.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator?
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, actually not finally, I've got two more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole?
Correct.
And the base?
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15.
Me either, Lucky.
6:30.
I've
Me
never
either.
heard.
It's fine. You can sit with us, Lucky. We'll take you.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
And when you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock,
Look, it's the lovely
you
Terry
saw-
True Crime.
first responder vehicle, that was based on your memory, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was based on your memory,
Not at 3:30.
right? Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was. Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case? Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case? Remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case, as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023.
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing? May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document.
What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Mm-hmm. It's a whole bag of Richards, if you ask me.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like from sidebar?
Oh, he's calling a sidebar? That's interesting. That is interesting. I now see why everyone was like in love with Lucky. He's doing great. Great on the stand. Oh, look, there's Turtle Boy. Somebody was asking if Turtle Boy was in the courtroom. Like, yeah, just sit there.
I love Lucky. I like Lucky.
Is he
Hi,
a
Turtle Boy.
blogger or does like Brennan not know how YouTube works? Like, does he run a blog too? I'm not familiar with Turtle Boy. I know of him and that's about it.
But I have to say, I got told that we blog on our YouTube. So
actually, it's called vlogging. It's with a V. Blog is video blogging.
But I think a certain generation, people my age, most people are a little bit older. I've even had a friend ask me what radio station we're on. So
that's great.
I mean, until JT talked to me into doing YouTube, I thought YouTube was just for music videos.
Oh,
and music.
Okay.
So, and that was just 2 years ago. So,
okay. Well, the more you know, I guess.
Yeah. So don't judge me, people. Now I get stuck on YouTube Shorts and it's a whole thing. And I need my iPad and my phone to stop telling me how much time I spend.
I know.
On things. It really needs to stop.
It's out of control. They brush off his testimony from the flood, but why? Because like that's one of the things I've been saying was like, how did nobody see John? Because from the hours of like 12 to 2, between 2 and 3, there's only an inch of snow on the ground, and then it was between 2 or 3. I can't remember what the meteorologist said. 6 a.m. There was like a couple of inches of snow. Oh, what's even happening? Well, she probably called a morning break. I guess it is 11. Okay, well then I guess we're on break, apparently. Fine. Rude.
Maybe somebody needed to go to the restroom.
Maybe. I should have. Oh, well.
Your lighting is phenomenal today.
I know. I don't know why. I switched the background to a dark one. I do have my ring lamp set on purple. And I don't know what's happening, but my green screen's not eating my hair or my face. So
yeah, I mean,
I'm sticking with this, I guess.
Okay, seeing Joe just asked that comment, I actually got asked if we're releasing this on the podcast apps.
Oh.
And I never thought about it because I didn't think anyone would want to listen to it on the podcast apps because they could just go to YouTube and listen to it there and not watch video. But maybe some people are like me and don't know that you can do that.
Well, also, I mean, the only reason we're streaming on Facebook is because you brought up that YouTube is blocked on some people's like work computers or something. I don't know. That's interesting.
So
Guess what to
maybe
think
that's
about it.
something we need to think about.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we could. So Turtle Boy is a vlogger. Jess is an independent journalist, and Sue is a commentator on NBC Boston. I just love that he keeps calling him a vlogger. Oh wait, the camera is still on here. Hold on. What's going on? There's no sound. There is sidebar, but they didn't.
Oh, where's
So there might
Mama?
be some
Oh, Keith.
arguments.
Maybe Mama went to the restroom. See, she's
Yeah,
not
I
in her
think so.
spot. I will say when I was in jury duty, they said if we needed to go to the restroom, just to motion gently and that they would stop court for us to run to the restroom.
Oh, so he originally had a blog. Okay. Polly says, I think if they believe Jen and them couldn't see a body, it doesn't matter that the Plow driver didn't see it either. Fair point. Because of the basketball goal, they found him dishonest. He's like,
because he hit a basketball goal.
Those trucks are very tall. For those of you who do not live in snow country, just think of like big dump trucks that you see, or they're bigger than garbage trucks, really. So at least the kind he was driving. Some people have like pickup trucks and they use that, but not his kind.
Let's be honest. I hit Double H's Corvette backing out of my garage on a sunny day in June. And you know why? Because I was looking at the flower bed instead of paying attention to where I was backing up. So maybe he was looking in the yards. You just never know.
And because he hit the goal and didn't report it. Okay. I mean, if you compare him to all the other people who didn't do their job.
Is he supposed to report it at 4 or 5 in the morning? You're supposed to jump out and go knock on their door?
No, I would imagine his protocol is he has to inform his boss or whatever and make an incident report in case those people call and complain. But what's interesting is he said, if there's a car parked in the road, they'll try to get a hold of that guy and send cops to the house to have them move it. That does not happen here. They are like too effing bad. Sucks to be you. You got to shovel your car out of the way. So I guess that's nice that they do that there, but they don't do that here. Not at all. Not at all. But I thought Brennan's questioning of him was interesting. And chat picked it up too, that he would ask him questions but didn't have proof of it. Right. Trying to trip him up, specifically about what he told the FBI. Because that if Brennan had it, he'd be throwing it in his face, So, but he stuck strong the whole time, and like he knew what he was gonna say and stood by, and honest even about other questions where like it may not have looked like the best for him, or I don't even think he said anything that really made him look horrible. But we went into the Matrix for a second. But Brennan was not as rude with him as he was yesterday, though he did when Lucky said that his wife, he was dealing, his wife had died at the time, and he was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about your wife." But he did say it in kind of like, bro, have a heart a little bit. Like, it was not cool how he said that. Is that who's sitting beside Paul? That's not the guy who testified yesterday, right? I don't think so. No.
I don't think so.
Oh, no, that's not the same guy. Okay. Him and Paul kind of look alike, except the other guy's Tanner. But he says, and that pisses me off because that means every witness he crosses needs to double check Brennan and ask for the transcripts. Yeah, maybe that's why the lovely Dr. Russell started asking for them. Unless he did tell her she could ask for them. Buffy says the difference between Jackson and Brennan is that Jackson usually can back up what he says with receipts. Brennan just throws shit out there. Yeah, that's true. Yes, he is, Kelly. He's right there, talking
In the
in
back
between those
laughing.
walking
There
with
he
a
is.
bright colored polo. I don't know what color it is. It could be orange or salmon. I don't know. It's neon.
He would be a fun guy to have on as an interview.
I haven't watched any of his stuff.
He's very passionate about Karen Reed's innocence. Very passionate.
As this case has progressed, I start to understand more of this intensity of passion that some people have. Because at first I was like, okay, but
yeah. Don't you wish you would have listened to all of your besties and watched the first trial?
I mean, maybe, but I'm okay with just watching. We got this one. So electric coral. Yeah, that's a good color. It's coral. Mango-ish. That's a good guesses, guys. Let's see. Some people say he's obnoxious but funny sometimes, but he's intense. Well, I mean, he's a
intense.
local, so
he's intense.
I've been very passionate about some cases, and
I agree. I kind of want to associate it like I am about Chase Lackey and my passion and how I have so many thoughts and feelings on that because it's local. I think he's kind of that way with it. He feels personal about it.
Yeah. I mean, you can't deny that law enforcement is a joke around there. And, that's one of the things I've been saying is like, Karen's lucky she has this defense. If this was any of us, we would have been railroaded. And they tried to railroad her. And lucky for her that she was able to get the defense team she has. But how many other people have they screwed over?
I mentioned that to Double H when he asked me how the trial was going. And I was telling him, I said, do you realize if this would have been me, I would have already been in prison. I said, if I sold all of my assets, sold everything, I still couldn't even come close to a Ford and Jackson, Alessi, or any of them. I couldn't have. I would have been sunk.
Yeah.
And yes, Buffy asked, I've only watched one or two of his streams. They weren't over the top, so maybe I should go watch some more because the two I saw, they reminded me, I would have put him at 110 as far as being over the top, so maybe I should go watch some more.
But you're also kind of over the top sometimes.
I'm way my bestie says it. She goes, you're extra.
In the best way.
She goes, yes, you're just extra. And you know what? I'm okay with that.
Hello, Nini's Wigs. They should call this trial Karen Reed versus Sidebar. Yes. Oh my gosh, so many sidebars.
I mean,
the judge in the Diddy trial, so they play white noise when they do sidebars and stuff. But the judge was going to look into if they could get some music to play for everyone because it's so awful. And I was just like, oh my God, I didn't even know they could do that. And I love that.
So when I say I'm extra, here's my 4th of July hat.
I love that.
So I'm extra. Buffy says it's a different caliber of extra. And we know Buffy thinks I am way extra.
Okay, so Jess was on the right with the red laptop, and Sue was sitting next. Oh, so they were the two that Turtle Boy was talking to, and we pointed him out for Kelly then. Okay. As long as it's not his music, no. No. I imagine it'd just be probably instrumental. Because I don't think I don't know, would they have to pay licensing? Probably.
I haven't listened to your Diddy update last night, but I did see a clip or something on the news this morning about some woman being kicked out.
Yes.
But I
Yes.
haven't
It's
listened to your thing, so
crazy.
I
Yeah.
only saw the headline. I didn't read the article because I try to get everything from you.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, they also have viewing rooms at the courthouse. So like media and other people are watching it in a different room, which I thought was interesting. The only time I know of that happening in any of the trials I watched was with the Daybells up in Idaho. They can do that. I just thought that was interesting. That's where all those people go. But the jurors also get like screens in front of them, which I'm like, that's amazing. And they put the transcript on their screen in real time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Of course, they got that federal money, so that makes sense.
Yeah. But Canton's got money. I mean, look at what they pay for experts.
Look at right.
I want to know how I get on Canton's expert list if they ever need an HR or a TA person, because they could pay me a couple of $100,000 if they would like.
Oh, wow. Oh, I'm going all the way over to Massachusetts, huh?
It is.
Canadian fires.
They're saying it's really.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to be on a weather alert sometime the next 2 days.
Down here in Texas, we're too far away for that.
Right? I was like, what? That's very cool. Very, very cool that they have it set up like that. But apparently things are being very dramatic at the Diddy trial in the background. I mean, the trial itself is wild, but so are the spectators, if you will. So,
thanks, Sammy.
Goodness. Oh, and just a reminder, if nobody heard me earlier, there is not a members only tonight. I misspoke. It is next Wednesday, starting next Wednesday at 7, which I messed up because I try to remember too many things. I need to start writing stuff down.
Okay. I really thought you were trying to gaslight me or that I had totally screwed up.
Nope. It was me this time. It was me this time. Sometimes the Llama's wrong. But no, I also have to prop my feet up because for some reason my feet are swollen. Did I commit perjury?
Do you not have your feet on a little stool underneath your desk?
I do now.
Oh, okay.
But last time when I got out of the shower, they were swollen, like 9-month pregnancy swollen feet.
I have to put mine on I have a little pink, of course it's pink, little velour velvet stool, because if not, the edge of the chair cuts off circulation or something, and I will get elephant or pregnancy feet.
Well, I'm thinking that's what it must be, because I looked up, I manufactured that memory. I looked up all the symptoms or, all the causes, and I was like, none of these really apply. Maybe salt. I had eaten a bunch of shrimp before my shower, but I was like, I can't possibly.
You also had a lot of pretzels yesterday with salt.
I did, and I thought about that. If I am at the point in my life where I can't enjoy salt, I am going to be mad, real mad about it.
You just need to, if I remember correctly, counteract it with water to flush it out of your system. Or like somebody like me that has low blood pressure, I'm supposed to eat a lot of salt, but yet then it makes my fingers swell. So I have to drink a lot of water.
Tugel is never wrong. Just needed to upload a new file. Thanks, Sam. Llama, does it matter if it's pink velour or not? No, I do have them because apparently the chair I'm in does have a foot pull-out thing, but it's broken. So then Polly was like, hey, use a box with a pillow. Oh, nice. So I'm using an empty pillow box with a pillow.
Amazon. I want to say it was $15, and it has little legs you can put on it if you need it taller or shorter. But what I like about it is when you're not wearing shoes, it's soft. And when I get upset, I rub my feet on it, kind of like a little whoopee, to soothe myself.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, ever since I turned 39 this year, my body is going to shit. I'm happy
I would
about
just
it.
wait until you hit 45, then it gets real fun.
Yeah, just around the corner, the big 4-0. Just saying, youngins, if you're watching, they ain't lying. They ain't lying when things start going downhill, okay? For no reason whatsoever. A lot
I
of
loved
stuff
it when
scrapped
my
out on me this year.
33-year-old asked me, he goes, Mom, why did I want to grow up so fast? I was like, I don't know. If you would have listened to me, he goes, adulting is a lot.
Yeah, adulting is a lot, and I still feel like I'm a kid all the time. There are numerous times in my life where I'm just like, I need an adult. I need an adult, and then I realize I'm the adult. Ooh, no, thank you.
Joe says we're going to love our 60s. Joe, I'm going to be 55 this summer, and that's, I don't know if I want to do the 60s. Double H is 60.
Oh, okay. Don't worry, Sam. Yes, Elbow Feet already said this morning that he's going to pick up some Epsom salt and some anti-inflammatory thing. I don't know.
Maybe
It's
you should
weird.
just take a bath every night like Terry True Crime does in her Epsom salt.
Ugh, I
And it
hate
helps
taking
with all
baths.
that.
I'm just sitting there in the water. I can't do anything because I'm
You get a
in
tablet.
water.
You get a tablet. You get a little shelf that goes over your tub.
No. You people that take your devices into the shower are insane to me.
Well, you set it on top. I have never dropped it in the tub. It's like got a book prop on it. It's got a place to hold your wine glass. It even has a little slit so that your wine glass doesn't fall off.
Oh, I don't trust myself to do. I know lots of my friends take their phones into the shower, and I'm like, no way.
Yeah, I could not live without my bath tray.
My anxiety is just like, not happening. Oh, it's only a number. That's true. It is, right? But what they do say is also true. I'm not liking it. Not liking it.
I mean, I look at it this way. The alternative is much worse. Because you wouldn't
That's
hear it
true. That is fair.
I'm
That
very
is true.
happy to be alive every day.
That is a very good point to make. Very good point to make. But man, when things start going,
they start going.
Boy, and quickly.
But you are still young enough to put into place some things to help slow it down.
What, like working out? I don't want to do that, Terry.
Like working out, taking Epsom salt baths, eating healthy, drinking lots of water, going to bed at a decent hour, getting 7 hours sleep. All those things.
I guess. That doesn't sound like fun.
I didn't say it was fun. I mean.
Hi, Jim. Hey, is it possible that Brennan is packing it in, just going through the motions? I don't know what he's doing.
If someone can explain Brennan to us, please do.
Yeah. Agreed. I mean, is he doing what he's trying? I mean, he's trying. For me, it's not. It's going to be very hard to convince me to change my mind at this point. But
we were watching David Muir. I forget what World Nightly News. We were watching that while we were having dinner last night. They had Alessi on there banging that podium, talking about the Karen Reed trial. And I looked at Double H. I'm like, that is so hot.
Oh, yeah. You accidentally slept till 11. I wonder where you've been all morning. Good for you. Good for you. I can't wait. Oh, yeah. Hey, guys. If you would like to see me and Terry in person, that's right, in person, in just like this. We're going to be in Marion, Ohio, July 19th. Tickets are on sale. They are selling, which is fantastic. We're going to be there July 19th in Marion, Ohio at the Blend of Seven Winery, where we will be talking about the unsolved murder of Joey LaBute, as well as the missing case of Andy Chapman. Both are Columbus local cases that I'm definitely very passionate about the Joey LaBute case. And I know Midday Missing, we've covered Andy Chapman and want to make sure we give locals attention. So if you haven't yet, buy your tickets Now, if you can't make it to Ohio, what can they do, Terry?
They can join our YouTube membership club and we will be live streaming it. Guys, I want to say the lowest level is like $1.99 a month. You will not only get members only, but every time we do an in-person show, you will get to see it and be there with us. And the great thing, this time we're inside, so we shouldn't have the wind issues like we did in
Yes.
Austin. And then we have another one coming up in August that trying to work out the details for. That one will be
Nice.
just me in person since we will be covering the investigation into Chase Lackey.
I love that. That local one for you, right?
That is a local one for me.
Okay. Very awesome. And hey, if you guys want to see us in person, send me an email or Terry an email, either one of us, with winery locations, or I mean, somebody even mentioned like an adult arcade, which was very cool idea. I love
An
that.
arcade would be good. Even if you have a local small comedy place, like we just went to a comedy show, they have a little comedy venue inside our movie theater. And I was like, ooh, this would have been perfect for an intimate show. I want to say it held like 65 people.
Okay.
So yeah, send us those recommendations because guys, if you think we're fun like this, you should really see us in person.
Oh, I don't know if I can live up to that expectation.
Oh, I mean, think about it. We'll be nervous, so we'll have to drink extra cocktails. I won't do what I did in Ohio or in Denver. I won't take any gummies or anything and drink and just get off a plane.
It'll be a good time. I'm pretty sure that we won't just be streaming to the members our in-person show. I have a feeling we'll probably make quite a few videos.
Absolutely, especially since we're going to try to, all of us on our team, stay in one Airbnb. There will be, I might have to buy extra cameras and put a camera in every room except for the bathroom so we can catch all the funnies.
We'll live like Big Brother for 3 days.
Joe, I have been known to do that before.
Me too. Actually, on a bar. I crab walked on a bar.
I did at Double H's 50th surprise party at our favorite steakhouse. I got up on the table and started dancing. I didn't realize because we had so many people, they put 2 tables together. And I went to step, and here I am. I've been drinking. I've got on 3.5-inch stilettos. It almost got bad, but it didn't.
I was talking about in my 20s, not 5 years
you'll
ago.
Be doing it now. You'll be doing it.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it'll be a good time. So.
Challenge accepted. I forgot to bring out my fun little sound thing.
Oh, thank you for the suggestion, Cindy. Thank you.
Celtic salt. Is that different from Himalayan salt? Because I do Himalayan salt for me and Jasper. I wonder if Celtic salt is different.
Hey, Terry, do they play euchre in Texas?
They play who?
Euchre.
I have never heard that word.
Okay.
What is
interesting?
euchre?
It's a card game.
Never heard it.
Oh my goodness.
Is it like a game that you buy, the cards are already made, kind of like Skip-Bo or Face 10? Or you do it with
just use a regular deck of cards. And what is it? It only goes, like, you only use, I want to say it goes down to 9, but it may be 10 and up, like face cards.
I've never heard it because we just bought, I think, 6 decks because we're going to try to learn to play Ponytail Canasta.
Okay, I think we call that hand and foot here.
Okay.
Because that sounds like the same. You have to hold a ridiculous amount of cards in your hand at one time.
Make all these melding pairs or something. My mom, and we used to play it with my mom, and we're going to do it with our friends down the street. 9 through A. So how do you spell it? Because I'm going to go
euchre. EUCHER or RE? I think it's RE.
I started typing it in and it tries to pull up Eucharist. It's a popular trick-taking card game for 4 players played in partnership.
Yeah.
Never heard of it. But I am going to send this to the guys because we do game night once a month and we're always looking for new stuff.
Yeah, you should. There's a lot of people play euchre around here.
It's a
They
French
go to
deck.
clubs.
Is a card game played with 24 cards from a French deck. The French
I
have
think
their own deck of cards.
No, I think they just, I mean, you only play with like part of the cards, like 9 through ace.
Okay. I love that we have people laugh. One of the reasons I like working with different countries, different states, I love having friends, people like our community here with True Crime and Wine Time. I learn so many things because in the South, we think our stuff's the only thing that exists.
Yeah, no.
And I have so many friends that have never even left the South and they don't have friends that live other places. And I love that I learned so many new things.
Me too. It wasn't until y'all got that blizzard down there in Louisiana that I learned you guys don't have furnaces. I was like, what do you mean you don't have furnaces? Thought that was weird. And then it was explained to me and I was like,
furnaces.
Some people don't have furnaces.
You mean they don't have heaters?
Right. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Did you know some places don't have AC either? Like up in the Bay Area in California, a lot of the places do not have AC. When we were looking at houses, I was like, what do you mean you don't have air conditioning? They're like, yeah, just open your windows. I'm like, huh?
I mean, we have air conditioning.
And we do
right?
not have basements.
What is a furnace? Oh my gosh.
It's a heater.
Oh, you're kidding?
We call it
Okay.
central.
I was like,
we
what?
call it central air and heat here.
Oh, that's still different. Not everybody has central air. Some people just have, like, we just have a furnace. We don't have central air.
So you don't have AC?
No, we use air conditioner, like that you put in the window.
So
But
window units.
we don't got that central air money. I'm just kidding. We rent our house, so we wouldn't get it anyway. A lot of people do have central air, but everybody has a furnace though,
Oh
like
my
up here
What
for
is
when it's
the
cold. That's how you heat your house.
between a furnace and a heater? Okay, I'm looking what this is.
Okay. Anyway, a lot of my friends live in the South, and we do this all the time. Somebody will just say something random, and everyone will be like, "Wait,
But guess what? We do have furnaces, Belle. If you have central heat, you have a furnace. The central heat is the thing that distributes it. The furnace where we light that pilot light, that is the furnace. So we do
Yeah.
have furnaces. It's part of our
Okay.
central heating system. I just had to Google it.
Okay, yeah, like we have a pilot light for our furnace as well, but the furnace is off until like November.
Yeah.
So,
But I think
um,
it was Elbow Feet that was shocked when we had the tornado stuff here. He was like, well, just go to the basement. I'm like, honey, we don't have basements here.
y'all
Our
don't have
water-
basements.
It's something about the ground, the water.
Yeah.
Table in the ground or something.
Midwest Ohio is weird, but like the good kind of weird.
I will
We
say
are
in
weird.
Chicago, in my apartment that I rented, I had a furnace on the wall, but it was a water furnace.
Oh,
It was like
like a radiator?
like a
It's a
radiator.
radiator. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But it went by a little thermostat on the wall still, and you could hear it at night, and it was kind of weird for me.
Mm.
And guess what? They get hot. You shouldn't lean on them.
Yeah, no, they switch out radiators in a lot of places unless you live in like a really old building because they are not the best. But some places still have them around here.
I can tell you what I
Let's
do
see.
want. I want one of those on-demand hot water heaters.
What do you mean?
So apparently there's
On-demand.
these water heaters. You turn it on, you always have hot water. So you know how you turn the
Yeah.
water on and you have to let it heat up? No. Turn it on and it's hot instantly.
How long does it take your water to get hot?
During the winter, I would probably say it's 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes.
What? To get
You have
hot
to turn it
water?
on. Yeah, you turn it on and you have to let all the cold water run out while you get undressed and then yeah.
Okay, that's I guess we
Is
just
your
have,
water hot instantly?
I mean, pretty much. We have a water
Time
heater.
it.
I mean,
Time it.
I don't know. It just now,
I would
like
think
we do
there it would
dishes, we
take
run
like,
it for like 30 seconds, a minute. It'll be hot. Nothing crazy.
yeah, we have to run it for a couple of minutes.
That's wild. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
See the
Yeah, we don't
things
have to
we're
do that.
learning?
I know. I know. Look at us. Looking, learning new things. You have a forced hot water.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what they
I
call
mean, ours
those
is,
on demand. Yeah.
I didn't know it could be different, but okay. Yeah, our water heater is pretty much right on. Okay, the elbow feet's educating. I don't know. I don't go to the basement because it's scary.
Okay. Belle says it's because our stuff is made for hot weather. I mean, right now,
Makes sense.
you have to turn on and let the water cool off on cold because it's so hot outside, the water's hot. You have to turn it on for a couple of minutes to get it cool.
That is wild. Jim says in Boston, we don't put our snow shovels away till 4th of July. I don't put our AC on until June. We don't either. We'll probably put it in maybe in like the next 2 weeks, but yeah, we don't put our
Crazy.
air conditioners in.
Go and see
yet.
what our temperature is today. Yeah, we have a cold front. We're only 87 today.
Oh. Wednesday heat talk. I know, right? These are just weird conversations we have on a regular basis. Oh, you know what? You go ahead.
I was going to say, speaking of the snowplow thing,
Okay.
they actually pay people to go plow the streets all the time. That's like a job.
Yeah.
I thought people were responsible for plowing their own driveway, their sidewalks, and in front of their house.
They are.
I thought
but not the
snowplows
roads.
only did the major roads.
No.
They go up and down every street in every neighborhood.
Yeah. So like when we get a lot of snow, that's why like our neighborhood where we live, when we get snow, they don't really come through our neighborhood. Not compared to some of the other neighborhoods. But yeah. Now granted, I also live in a city. But so you have ODOT, Ohio Department of Transportation, they have plows and they'll be out on the road, but there's also other subcontractors, like they'll be hired to come out as well. And they have a really cool thing where they each name their plow trucks, something usually very punny and hilarious. And you can track them as they go along their routes when they're doing it. But yeah.
That is just bizarre to me.
Well,
because we have nothing like that here. The only time they go up and down every street in a neighborhood is to pick up trash.
Interesting.
I mean, other than that, when I was younger, they did mosquito trucks. Would go up and down every road and spray that mosquito fog. They would spray the poison. Other than that, I can't think of anything that the city or state does that they would go up and down every street for anything.
Yeah, ours do. The highways first, the interstates first, then busy main roads, and then they'll go into residential. But like they'll only plow ours like one time. But other nicer neighborhoods get a lot. But yeah. So that's what they do. It's having snow is a lot to clean up. Like it's no joke, as Louisiana learned this year when they got like 6 inches down there. But
I'm
yeah,
gonna have to ask my friends what they do.
They don't plow driveways or parking lots.
Okay.
Like that's a business owner has to deal with that. So they'll go like private plow drivers and whatnot. Now, they also salt the roads. Yes, that's true. Thank you.
They salt our roads on like the major overpasses, and that's it. Street cleaners do not go through your neighborhood unless your neighborhood pays for it. They will do the freeways, but not neighborhoods.
I haven't seen a street cleaner since I moved away from OSU campus. It's the only place I've ever encountered street cleaners. And I think it's because, so they would have the street cleaners come in down at Ohio State. And you would have to make sure your car wasn't parked on the side of the road or they would tow your car. It's the only business that does this would tow your car. I think it's a money-making thing because I have never seen street cleaners, and I have lived all over Columbus except for down by OSU. It wasn't even OSU campus. It was, off campus up there, but I think it's a racket.
Like right now, because they're building a new housing thing right outside of our neighborhood, they're having street cleaners come every night to clean up the debris. But other than that, I never see street cleaners.
Yeah, they spray for mosquitoes here sometimes too, but they usually do it in a plane, I think.
They no longer do it here because they found out that it was a lot of the cancer causing.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
Now, somebody said in New Orleans,
yes.
I was getting ready to say street washers. They used to do street washers on Bourbon Street. I don't know if they still do, but they would come through and try to get rid of that stank during the summer from the oysters, the beer, the people throwing up.
Buffy says he sees street sweepers all the time. Well, they never come on this side. They never come on our side of town.
Elbow feet. Does she need to leave the house more often?
We're gonna have probably yes. We're gonna have an argument when he gets home. I'm gonna be like, you tell me where you see this. But yeah, he does work out on.
Elbow feet. Take pictures when you see it, so you can come home and you can have the receipts to show her.
I know he has to be in his car, just being like, babe. I'm sorry, he hasn't called and been like, put me on. Whatever. Anyway.
We know we can do that now.
That's true. Lady Ingrid, don't give him any ideas. I already gave him the idea. So Suho said, court office just announced court entering, and we all stood, but he was just clearing the whole way. That's great. Why is there funny. A sidebar? Don't know. Actually, the jury's out. She gave them a 20-minute break, so we have no idea what's.
It could just be the morning break because they're not getting lunch. Oh my!
But they're downtown in the better suburbs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean, have you seen him? Oh, yeah. No, he does like utility. He's a utility guy. Finder. Locator. That's the word I'm looking for. But Kyra says a street cleaner. Okay.
Where is that? Bucyrus?
Bucyrus.
Bucyrus.
It's in Ohio.
Okay.
We're not going to go there when you're here. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
Okay, there's a document Brennan wants in. My guess is it is about online posts. Yes, we are not done with Lucky yet. I appreciate they came back to court because I had my appointment in like 15 minutes. That's
all right,
true.
Mr. Brennan.
In Murder Mystery, he did play the bride. Boy, was he a diva. Bridezilla.
So I have just a few more questions. When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
He's like, are we done yet?
It's a video that I'll stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71.
And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions that was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
Oh,
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Plow, you even used to deliver peaches to 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern that could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you worked for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the words first.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening and you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
ridiculous.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way the last time?
It was after I testified, yes.
redactions alone can move to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. I'm just sidebar and make this very brief, please.
Oh, these people and their sidebars. It's fine. I don't have anywhere to be in the next 8 minutes. Do they even think about us? I don't think she does. I don't think so. Right. I don't think he's swayed by this. And I think, yeah, I'm sure that having all that attention on you it's horrible, but and I love that they keep talking about Turtle Boy and he is like sitting right there, just right above my head here. I wonder if he's made any faces to where the jury has, you know.
So that's next in evidence, Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, please.
Right? Oh, yeah. He got a
And I just
media
showed you a
pass.
photograph. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony,
Yes.
reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Yeah, I might tune in tonight. What time does he normally go
And that's you,
on?
Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Laughlin, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lockman, you are all set, sir.
Okay.
There another witness, Mr. Chairman.
The defense calls Karina Kolakifis.
Ah,
Do you
damn.
need to see
okay.
me before as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
Okay, so we have Karina, whatever her last name is. Whatever her last name is, me and Terry are just going to brush by that.
Yep.
Amy is going to have the banner changed for us. I have to go, guys, to my appointment. I will be back by 1 if court is still going. And maybe there will be court this afternoon. Maybe there won't. I don't know. They haven't said anything today, by the way, Terry. She has not told the jury that they're going to be out by 1. So I don't even know what's going to happen. If there is an afternoon stream, if the lawyers are arguing, we'll be back. If not, I will see you all at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for more of the Karen Reed trial. And I'll try to be back if we're still live. So enjoy. Thank you, Terry, for covering. Treat her good, guys. Behave yourselves. And I say that to Terry. All right, I'll see you guys all later. Bye.
See you soon. Yeah, guys, I'm going to behave and not say anything. I do have to say they have more sidebars in this case and more discussions. Wow.
Notification.
And we will have midday missing either during the lunch break or after they end for the day, for those of you that are interested.
Follow me.
Smile, Bev. It won't hurt you. Smile.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakithis. It's Karina. Last name Kolakithis. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as your name.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolakithis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or have they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college. So she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After sporting, after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, "Hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and
okay.
do stuff like that?"
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing. We knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple of teams, and they also played soccer together. So that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. We saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020.
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day?
So that day I worked.
As a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home and then after that I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar and it's on in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself.
Get
Just
a life,
go,
Mom.
keep him company
Go.
while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So
Exactly, bells. They wanted some time.
after I got there, I walked in and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He's like, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich. So just hang out with me while I eat and then we'll go. And
were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah. So then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met, well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%, but just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right. The Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time.
Right. It's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall,
right?
but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going and then John and Karen walked in.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen. So as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian. And that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking, maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 50 minutes out of the, like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. When I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me. And when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a I don't remember where we were we were talking, we were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay. That actually was the question. I'm sorry. This is kind of a still talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Oh.
Can we cue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wolk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
Everybody has seen
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in a black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf? Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right. So his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that point there. Thank you, sir. May I approach the
Yes.
Lady in Gray, I agree with you. I hate them all of them.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay, is that the back of Karen's head or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right,
And then
you're, by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah.
Correct?
Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay,
And
and
then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay, there's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of
of-
the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further.
Okay, Captain.
Okay, you can stop and we can take that down.
I bet Higgins hated watching that, guys.
Now,
He did not like that.
that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the waterfall? Or if you recall about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving
I agree,
around
babe.
midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf. Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec. Thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes. So I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf?
God, I wish we had audio.
And
I'll make sure. I'll
right
try not to
now,
whisper anymore.
Do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. You can play. And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay, and do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We have
I'm
it now,
sorry.
we might as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right, Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay, continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. I'll tell you when to start. Yep. Play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay. Keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion.
They need to move their timestamp on their camera. Just saying.
Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right. Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustained.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please.
Jeez, Bev.
Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his arm.
Back it up for a second, Mr. Wolf, please. Stop. Did you see a motion that
He put his left arm up.
appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
This whole line.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind.
He's given lip service, in my opinion, to somebody.
Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Sustained. Come all versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now, prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please.
Hope the jury can see better than we can.
And stop for a sec. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play.
God, I would love it if we could hear what they were saying. Would that not be so informative?
Okay. When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
The first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
Just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It It was just like, you're coming with me. Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant. And I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, why is Nicholas not walking his wife to the car at midnight and there's snow and ice on the ground? No judgment, just asking. Because I can tell you, Double H would have been walking me to my car to make sure I got there safe. But maybe that's just a Southern thing.
Mr. Brennan?
Oh boy, here we go. Come on, Brennan. Try to hit her with your best shot.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time. Correct.
And you saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John.
I did.
He was a kind man,
Very kind.
generous,
Very generous.
thoughtful,
Very thoughtful.
soft-spoken.
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
It's not his daughter, it's his niece.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
So why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
okay. Looks like we're going to be ending for the day here soon. But I personally think Brennan knew he could try to hit her with his best shot and he didn't have anything. That's just, I agree, Dave. He got nut, as what's his name? Cornelius would say. I can't think of what the first part is, but
Actually,
yeah.
Ms. Giannetti, just one question.
And I thought it was weird that he said his daughter, she's his niece, because he didn't adopt her, did he? I don't remember seeing that. I don't either. Yeah, I know. Grandma listened to my understanding is Jen McCabe talked her out of letting her go to the private school. That just,
So I'm going to
Yeah.
talk to the lawyers about scheduling. I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of here by 1 o'clock, so a short.
Okay. So, 12:37, she says they're going to be out by 1, so we'll see what she's going to say. So it looks like we're definitely ending at 1 today. Would he whisper it? You know, I don't know why I whisper. I feel like sometimes I'm in court and I should be like whispering. But so what did y'all think about Karina? I mean, she was stone cold sober. She said Karen, didn't look inebriated. I mean, she didn't look to be falling down, slurring her words or anything. So I think that to me says a lot. I think that says a lot. Lady in Gray, I'm glad I would be a good golf announcer because I'm sure I'd be a better golf announcer than I am a golf player. Okay. I will say my golf clubs are pink. I am sure nobody is shocked at that, right? Nobody is shocked. I want to know if Karina and Karen are still friends. They seem to have more in common. They're professional women. They have careers. Karen's not a soccer mom or a sports mom, but her niece, so she still went. But I would think that they had a lot in common. And I found it interesting that she said, yeah, Karen's here. I want to stay and chat with her. Because, guys, I don't know who of you've done that. I've done that. We're getting ready to leave. Oh my God, so and so just got here. Let's stay a little bit more. I want to, chat with them. So I do think that's interesting. I am thinking Jen McCabe and her Mean Girls do not like Karina. And I just hope, for the sake of everyone involved, they haven't had their kids do anything or say anything snarky or snotty to Karina's girls. But I'm guessing, based off their mom and the way she just was on the stand, I bet you the girls have the ability to let it just roll off their back, because I think Jen McCabe doesn't like anyone that goes against her. So I don't know. But what do y'all think? I think she was a good witness. She wasn't cagey. She answered questions. She was honest when she didn't know or couldn't remember or couldn't say who was exactly there. So I found that all interesting. I do think it was kind of interesting that she thought it was sweet that John kissed her on the forehead. I don't know if that's because it's a thing we do here. Double H kisses me on the forehead all the time. So I did think that was interesting. Lady in Gray, yeah, I agree. All that Brennan got out of her is that she drove the car, which Karen has never denied. But I also think Brennan couldn't just stand up and say, I have no questions. He at least had to ask something, and he didn't have a lot. I don't think there was any way to discredit her. She hadn't said anything that was controversial. I would have thought he would have asked her a little more around why she thought Karen didn't seem intoxicated. That, I think, that's where my thought goes. Amy, I agree. Kisses on the forehead are very sweet. Very sweet. And it's good for in public because it's not like you can just go smacky smack and get lipstick everywhere and tongue out and all of that. So it's just very sweet little show of affection. So I think she was a good witness. I don't think she's an earth-shattering witness. And what I mean by earth-shattering, I don't think she's going to push the jury to think one way or the other. But I do think the fact that she was so credible, I would have taken what she said more than I did a bunch of other people. So I did find it interesting that Sue said one of the people who doesn't take notes was very intently watching the video. And I am hoping the video is much bigger and clearer for them. Okay. I think so. Oh, I misagree. Angie, you do an amazing job with posting everything in the Discord for us. We would be lost without you, Angie. Totally lost. But I think it's a good place to end today. And I'm curious to see who they're going to call tomorrow. I agree, P. Lola's mom. She made Karen look human. I agree. She made her seem normal. And I have to say, Karina reminds me of people that I would be friends with. She seems intelligent, compassionate, loves her kids, just a good, normal person. Where to me, Jen McCabe gives mean girl, gossipy, snarky vibes. And I can say, would have been nice and friendly to her if your kids are in the same sporting things, but doesn't mean you would want to go hang out with them. Captain, I agree. I think if we go to Boston, we definitely want to kick it with Kiki. I think she would be cool. I think she would be cool. And I'm fascinated that she's a pharmacist. And she said she'd been a pharmacist for 30 years and she has a 19-year-old. She looks good. I need to know what she does to stay looking so young because she looks good. Because being a pharmacist, that's a lot of hours on your feet. That's a lot of stress, I would think. So, whatever she's doing, it's working. Okay. Now, she looks great for 60. Do you think she's 60? I don't think she's 60. Maybe. I don't think so. I will say, guys, look at Turtle Boy. He looks bored in the back. He's not frantically doing stuff on his phone. Oh, now he's going to pull open his laptop. But I think it's a really good place to end today. I hope Bev gives us a little more insight into what court's going to be like the rest of the week. And maybe just because Bev's letting the jury go at 1 doesn't mean that the attorneys aren't going to be staying, hearing a motion or something. With Bev, I'm going to just say, you never know. You truly, I wonder if Bev knows what she's going to do when she wakes up each day. Because I don't get the feeling that she does. Now, I know I mentioned this on an earlier. Look at how John is sitting behind his mom. He's not leaning up, patting her on the shoulder, checking in. Hey, mom, how are you doing today? I don't see any of that. Do we think that they've been told not to do that? Or do you think it's because they're still estranged? Yes, Paul. Paul's not, I don't know. I can tell you that my sons would be leaning up and checking in on me with this. Even my younger son, who I have a very estranged relationship with, he would still be leaning up and checking on me and saying, how are you doing? I know this is hard, but I don't know. Even if you're estranged, shouldn't you check on your mom, Paul? I'm going to just say it. I shouldn't have notions and I shouldn't judge, but I am judging him for not checking on her. I'm judging him, and I know that's probably not right of me to do that. I just think he should. I mean, at least once I would like to see it. Maybe he does it when the camera's on the witness so we don't see it. Maybe. Oh, legal fact, was wondering if the denial for mistrial can be sent for appeal while the trial is going on. Answer is no. Only interlocutory orders can be appealed while the trial is going on. Okay. Yeah, I was surprised to see it on the nightly news, the Karen Reed trial. That was the first time I had seen a little snippet, and it was about them asking for a mistrial yesterday, which we all know my thoughts on that. I think it's going to be a great appeal for them. John O'Keefe's dad doesn't even either try to comfort her. Yeah, I mean, right. I remember Peggy and John weren't really speaking at that time. And guys, we all have stuff in our families that go on. Anyone who tells you there's a perfect family, I'm going to tell you, you should probably look at them really close, because there is, in my opinion, no such thing as a perfect family. You may have times that life seems perfect, but when you have so many different personalities, ages, things going on, that you're going to have those issues. And Miss, I agree. Something like the death of a child can make a family divide even further. We see it happen a lot in missing person cases. The family was struggling, but that totally fractures the family, or the murder of someone. It does happen. And I hope that Peggy is talking to a counselor, a religious person, something, because she's got to have a lot of feelings. And as a mom, if you're on the outs, with your son, if something happened to my son and we were on the outs, I would have so many regrets, hoping that the last time I did talk to him, that I said, I love you, and things like that. I'm not judging. She just lost her daughter, just giving perspective to me. I mean, that is true. That is true. There has been so much that has happened. I mean, so much that has happened. I mean, I can say since the death of my mom, it's fractured my relationship with my brother, and I don't think it'll ever get back to where it was. Not saying never, I guess it could, but things happen in families. But I'm that type of person. I would set it aside and still show compassion and empathy, but I also wear my heart right here on my shoulder. And I sometimes carry too much empathy and feelings for others. So maybe that's why. So, Paul, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have judged you like that. I take that back. That wasn't very nice of me. Not very nice. Savage Cashew, I wonder if John's brother or dad can see that this case is horseshit, but the mom won't let it go. I don't know. What I remember, and maybe I'm not remember correctly, I thought Paul believed Karen did it too. I believed that Paul was on the side that Karen is guilty. Do we know what kind of relationship John and Paul had? Anyone? I'm struggling. I have a little bit of a headache today, a little bit of a kidney stone today. Uh-oh. Let's see. Come on, Bev. Oh, our fan. Hopefully Llama's going to find that fan a mate soon, because this poor only fan is lonely. And Llama needs to matchmake it with another fan. And that's a reminder. If you haven't sent a picture of your fans to Llama, you should do that. Also send the picture of your pets, because there's going to be a pet parade. And since Llama's not here right now, I'm going to say go ahead and send the pictures of your pet snakes. Okay? She's not here. So send them. Don't send them to me, though. I don't want to see them. But let's send them to Llama, okay? Send them to Llama.
Please be seated.
Okay. Let's see what Bev.
I
Yes.
just realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule.
That's what you always
I
say.
understand tomorrow is supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off. All right.
Oh.
So we won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
Okay, Miss, I know you did not approve that message, but guess what? I said it. Guys, if you want to send the pictures of the snakes to me, I don't like snakes, but I can look at a picture of them. I will get them in the pet parade. I will just go around both of them. Okay. Now, guys, I have to say, if they can pay $400,000 for Aperture, why can't they get a better AC system?
All right. Is there anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is one outstanding motion, it's a motion for reconsideration.
It's denied. Okay. I just saw that that was the one that was still outstanding. Okay. Thank you all. We'll see you Friday morning.
I mean, a courtroom. I understand a lot of people there don't have AC, but if you have a courtroom where you know you're going to have a lot of people, you're going to have a lot of people talking, you are going to have all of those bodies putting heat, they could put in a split unit. They're not overly loud. I get the building's old, but you could put in a split unit. Okay? You could put in a split unit. Oh, I do not know what just happened there, but oh, wow, I am really big. But you could do something. Bev says this is a historic, beautiful courthouse and it will be uglied up with modern conveniences. Well, Bev, it's a courtroom, and I am sure you can find a way to make it beautiful. Okay? You could find a way to make it beautiful. I have been in some beautiful old buildings, courtrooms, churches. There is a way. Okay? There is a way. And then you wouldn't have to take the day off. Okay? But on the positive side, that gives the defense more time to prepare. Okay? Now, I do know Llama should be back in just a couple of minutes. She will be streaming some from trial 1. I do not remember exactly what she was going to stream, so we will give her a couple of minutes to come back so she can let us know. But we will be back with court on Friday, but we are going to, I say we, she's going to restream tomorrow, some from the first trial. But it cracks me up that Bev keeps saying that they're on time, they're ahead of schedule, so I'm going to do this and do this and do this. If that's true, Bev, why do you keep rushing the defense along? I don't understand. I need her to dumb it down for me because obviously I am not getting it. Okay? Because if you're that much ahead, why do you have to keep saying move it along? Anybody want to tell me that? Now, Angie says the defense said they need a week and a half, then rebuttal and closings. I agree. I mean, they are on schedule. I get that they're on schedule, but stop rushing them. Stop. Just let them do their job. Now, I did see on the news last night that they asked Karen if she was going to be testifying. And her comment wasn't a yes or no. I forget what she exactly said, but she said basically, I would be okay either way. Is kind of how I took it. I don't think Karen is going to get on the stand. I think Karen doing Dateline in 2020 was enough. Okay. I don't think we need to put her on the stand. And I don't think that the jury, I know they're told not to look at that as a sign of guilt. I think it's a sign of common sense, in my opinion. Oh, Kelly P., I agree Bev wants to go on vacation. She is ready to hit the Hamptons. I think the Hamptons are close there, or Cape Cod. Are those near each other? See, here we go. Learning Terry doesn't really know her geography, but I don't know. I think Bev has given the defense so many things for appeals and appellate court if Karen is found guilty. I still am on the fence saying I think it's going to be a hung jury again, because I think there's going to be one person who will not change their mind. And I don't see how you're going to get all 12 to agree. Now, I will say I went back and watched a little bit of yesterday's trial. I have to give Brennan a little bit of credit. He did get the officer to correct himself about whether or not he had seen a picture or video. I don't think it was a major thing. Well, Joe, I am glad that my voice helped you go to sleep. It's good to know I have some effect on people. We are done for the day. Llama will be on in just a minute and let us know what she's going to stream tomorrow. Bev said they're ahead of schedule and it's going to be too hot tomorrow, so there will be no court tomorrow. Llama is going to stream something tomorrow. Not sure what she's going to stream, but there is a full day on Friday, unless Bev decides to wake up and change her mind. We're just going to have to wait and see about that. But she says they are ahead of schedule and things are moving along just fine. Who does anybody, Angie, since you are such a great searcher, has anyone said who's going to be called on Friday? Kelly P., you're right. It depends on the jury instructions and what is on the jury sheet, whether or not it's a hung jury. True in some cases, but I also think you have some jurors who are dead set and that's the way it is. You can't change their mind if you can't give them pure DNA that says somebody did it or a video. I think there's some people who can't convict with that. And then I think there's some people that just hearing she was drinking, what she said to Dateline in 2020, and the thousands of times we've heard Jen McCabe say, I hit her, I hit him. Some people, that's going to stick to them. We've got to remember jurors come in with all of these life experiences that are all different. We don't know what is going to be the thing that sits with them the most. Okay? Because what might stick with me might not stick with the juror next to me. Because, like I said, we all have different life experiences. Cindy, that is a good question on if they have regular air conditioning. I don't know. But I also know, why are their fans so loud? I mean, those look like normal ceiling fans. Okay. Amy for Justice says they do not. Okay. So they don't have any AC. Anybody want to tell me what the temperature is going to be there tomorrow? Because if all they've got is ceiling fans, that's a warm room possibly. Kelly P., I agree. Jen's testimony was so long ago, but for some people, that's going to stick with them because it was so dramatic. She was so confrontational. She was so snarky. That's going to resonate with some people. Okay. Elbow feet. Is this a colonial CH, right? I don't know what you mean by that. And
back. It's me.
So guess what, Llama?
Yes, what?
No court tomorrow because it's supposed to be too warm outside. And so since they're ahead of schedule, they'll be back on Friday.
Oh, what? See, okay.
I know. I was like,
you can't plan anything. You can't plan anything when it comes to
could we
court.
not get a split unit better air conditioning or something?
Well, okay. Because they said that tomorrow was going to be a half day and
Now,
then no court on Friday. Oh, can never
now it's a
trust the
full day
schedule
on
of these
Friday,
people.
nothing tomorrow. But
Okay.
let's just be honest. Bev could wake up and change her mind on Friday.
That's very true. Very true. So they're not coming back this afternoon either. Okay.
Nope, they're
right, so
done. I
court is
just tried to
done.
keep the chat engaged long enough for you to come back so you could tell them what you're going to stream tomorrow,
Oh,
what you're
that's a
going to
good
do.
question. That's a good question. Putting me on the spot like that. I don't know. I will be around. We will do something in the morning. Let me think about who we're going to stream, but it's going to be a short morning, guys. Okay. I'd like to be done by like 11 or 12 since I'm not going to have Friday off now. So we'll definitely meet in the morning. Let me look at some previous testimony and we can compare and contrast. Maybe we'll watch Lucky's tomorrow. And oh, how was the witness this afternoon?
I say, Karina Kalakakopoulos, she was good. Brennan asked 3 or 4 questions and released her. She was
okay.
solid, and he could not. I even said, "Give her your best shot," and he had nothing.
Mm.
He had nothing.
Oh, ARCA. Yeah, we could do ARCA. How about this tomorrow? I imagine everyone that's working behind the scenes is scrambling right now. Like, ugh. This is how court goes, you guys. Maybe we can do Lucky and the ARCA guys tomorrow morning. That should be, I think the ARCA guys are only like 2 hours total. And then Lucky's couldn't have possibly been.
Yeah. But you would have liked Karina.
Or
you should go back and watch her. We would want to hang out
will.
and have drinks with her.
Oh, nice. Nice. So they'll have a whole new witness on Friday then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Interesting. What? A scramble? No way.
It gives the defense extra time. So,
okay.
Not necessarily a horrible thing.
Hold on. I'm being paged all over the place over here.
But I'm just thinking if you could spend 400,000 on Aperture, you could spend 50,000 on AC.
Right? No, tomorrow we're going to do ARCA and Tully. I forgot.
Oh, Tully, yes.
That's what we were going to do Tuesday, but there ended up being court. So it'll still be short. If I remember right, the time for that will put us to being done around like noon, 1 o'clock, which is more than doable. So yes, we will do ARCA and Tully tomorrow. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be doing Couch Confessions with Llama with the lovely Raindrops and Feathers that you've seen in chat. She is going to come on and we're going to have a little interview. She used to have a job, which was catching shoplifters, and has testified in a few cases about that. So we're going to talk about her experience for like an hour and a half. And then
go ahead.
And then I got to record Diddy. And then we will be here for True Crime and Wine Time tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern for the Robert Dahl case. And I am super excited to talk about this.
Yeah. Well, I do have bad news. Something happened during the stream.
Oh, okay.
I put one of your followers to sleep and he fell asleep listening to my voice. But he did wake up and come back.
Oh, really? That's fine. People say they fall asleep to my voice all the time. And I've been told to take that as a compliment, I guess. Yes. Thank you, Buffy, for the reminder. It was Tolly that I couldn't remember who we had paired with Arca. So yeah, we'll do that tomorrow morning. That's fine. And then yes, the lovely Raindrops and Feathers will be on. Which, by the way, I think our producer Amy is going to be reaching out to you on Discord. Raindrops and Feathers. So yeah, let's do that tomorrow. That's great. I want
to tell you something funny.
What's
I just
that?
noticed I have my shirt on inside out. I'm like, why are my buttons messed up?
I love it. We've all been there. We've all been there.
And we still have Midday Missing.
I was going to say, Terry, we're going to portal you guys over to Midday Missing with Terry True Crime. And I believe you're covering some Louisiana cases today.
Slidell, Louisiana, where I learned to swim in a pool in the deep end and catch fireflies.
And I love that.
So I have happy memories of Slidell.
I love that. That's great.
Even though, yeah, kind of happy memories. Yeah, maybe. What does BTDT mean?
I don't know.
I'm not good with all these things.
Me either. Lady in Gray drops a lot of these. Excuse me.
But we are going to portal y'all over to Midday Missing. I also, at the top of it, will have an update about the special case we covered on Monday.
Oh, yes.
So it's
pretty devastating.
It is.
I did read
and
the article
I'm going to try
the other day.
really hard not to get emotional.
Yeah, it's tough. That show's tough, but it's worth it because people deserve answers. Families deserve answers, So I do enjoy Midday Missing, even if it's the one show that does make me cry a lot. A lot. Well, thank you everyone for being here today. Terry, thank you for popping in here for me so I could have my appointment. To our lurkers, we love you, and our replay crew, I love you as well. We will be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, where we will watch previous testimony of Tolly and the Arca guys. So until next time, you guys, go forth and be amazing, and see you guys all in Midday Missing.
Yep,
okay,
we'll port you over.
Bye.
See you there.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.